Oh, hey. Stuff selling. Good, good. I really do want to just go through another loop of the song, so we'll just pop off a little bit early. Hello, hello, everyone. Oh, wait, what's this? Something is... Oh. Okay. Sorry. So, it is Sunday. Hopefully your guys' weekend went well. I had some fun with... I did end up hanging out with Jason with the pajama party. So if you went and checked that out, hopefully you enjoyed that too. And as part of our Till the End Walker, we are continuing. As you can probably tell on the map, things are a bit tidier and there's more map filled out. As I mentioned, I've been doing the side quests and such off screen, just to kind of keep things concise. Which has included also grabbing all of the Aether Currents. For now, though, we're going to go grab us that last Aether Current and head into the Gateway of the Gods. It's been a whole day. I think I've rested long enough. He's fine. It rang more loudly in our ears. We seem completely fine as usual. Gotta get in there. It's just absolutely lousy with them. The whole place is just lousy. Look at that. It's lousy. Region has collapsed, or was it just like pulled up? It's like just like when you take a bunch of sand and pull it all together into a big pile. That's what that tower looks like a little bit. Look here, this is my hand. Oh, the map. Yeah, I was trying to hold off finishing that part of the map, but I had a side quest that literally had me looking for someone right in this facility, so... I had plans. They fell through. Just because I wanted to make sure I had everything cleaned up. We have some punishment to give them. One of the things that's always been interesting to me is they, talk about an organization like the Talaferoi. But if you stop and think about it, like, not counting all the tempered, it's just 2 people. It's just Xenos and Fandaniel. Does that mean if you had a Necromancer and his best friend and a bunch of zombies, the Necromancer race, that counts as an organization? A gate, you say? Exodia. Wait, sorry. Now, I'm going to detour right after this because I know they're all going to change their outfits out of their warm weather gear. And I'm not going to be left being the only one still in my cold weather fashion. So, I changed my glamour here, but it won't let me. So, we're just going to pop back to Garlean for a second. Which one is it? There it is. There we go, all better. I was tempted if I was debating whether I wanted to do it before the stream started, but I figured, nah, keep the outfit on until around the same time. It'll just take a few seconds to pop there and back. So, here we are. Properly geared for a delve into the depths there. Get on our way. Actually, you know what? This is going to take a little... We're switching... I'm using the wrong mount because I didn't do the... One of the things I didn't do in the cleanup that I was musing on doing was doing just the 6 fates just off on the side. So I could use any mount and have it all moving at motorcycle speed, but... didn't get that far into it. Because I wanted to clear out the Thavnair quest as well, so... I was doing a lot of questing. Again, for the curious, we're using this mount because without the movement speed boosts of the maps, the bike is actually your fastest way of getting around. At least. Like, look. Yeah, it's like... She's out of her cold weather gear. Lisa's obviously out of her cold weather gear. More slap fighting between the Zale over here. If you find a girl, I'ma steal it. Yeah, everyone else just switched out to their basic outfits. So I figured I'd follow suit. Also, I actually need to adjust my glamour a little bit because I did make a change to my outfit that you guys have probably seen, but I never actually updated to my glamour plate. So let me go ahead and make that quick adjustment, and then we'll head on towards the Enchiridion, or whatever they're calling the place. There we go. Those. We need our battle claws. Really drive home that combination of healing and hurting. There we go. Excellent. Hey, you guys. Hey, Pippin. We kind of don't have time to explain how I got body snatched. More important things on the docket. Which is another thing to say. That your ace in the hole got stolen and their body taken for a little bit. It's nice to be in the old outfit again. Even if I was only out of it for a little while. Violence is happening. Everyone do your action poses. Good. Time to go in. We actually get to choose some of our crew this time, rather than being forced. So let's
Victory will be ours. I stand ever ready.
We'll go with these. These three should be fine. Wondering what that whisper sound was. Someone was just complimenting my Lalafell, particularly for having a beard. All a beard. I mean, all aboard.
Now or never.
I have to admit, I do appreciate that we have a little that starts on a train. So before I forget, here you go, Graha. That's for you. As is this. I don't know why I'm targeting things when my AoE doesn't require any targeting. Now it's required to target. Oh, did again. There we go. I might have to lower the sound a little bit. We'll see. Or at least some part of the music, some part of it. The funny thing is, I mentioned in my little thing that we're going to have more Final Fantasy IV references. But combat on a train is actually from Final Fantasy as well. Particularly 6. When you're, but that's when you're leaving the Empire rather than going into it. Now, let's take a quick moment. Maybe just because I have it on a little bit too loud. There we go. We'll take a shortcut. Here we go. Did his shield break already? Guess it did. Didn't even hear it break. It was just immediately gone. There we go. Another benefit of actually being a healer, it's actually one of the roles I like, originally at least, I liked, starting off the new content with, is that you got to sit back and kind of see how everything plays out in the dungeons. So when you come in with your other characters, you're knowledgeable. But that also kind of, particularly for me, came from the whole idea of the lad was a tank primarily, and the grump was primarily a healer. So you have the two situations of, you definitely want to feel like as a tank, you want to make sure you are aware of what's coming ahead. Because tanking oftentimes feels like the most important role. So the tank being the most knowledgeable of what's coming up and being able to move appropriately to, you know, turn away cleaves, shield against the big hits, felt more required. But now we got more and more markers. I think you're a little bit more free, and especially if you go with a trust, you can just start off. Anyway, Barnabas and Lugai, they are shocking absolutely no one from FFXIV. They're actually a boss you can fight in the Tower of Babil. Again, you know, not horrendously surprising. There we go. The funny thing is, they even included the same interaction that you have with them at the start of the fight with them in 4. Words. That was a sentence. That certainly was a sentence. But specifically, the fight starts, Barnabas punches Lugai, and he's like, no, not them! No, not me, them! The thing is, though, in that fight, they are both there. And then after you beat them, Lugai will actually pilot Barnabas. Like, get on top of his head and just, you know, pilot him like a robot. Or like a Ride Armor from Mega Man X, if you're familiar with those.
Something special for you.
That, of course, does not happen here. Though it would have been interesting if it did. Really? You're gonna steal that, Stola? Alright. Now, the nice thing, like, one of the things I mentioned before is it's too bad we don't go to this dungeon first. Because, some nice, warm winter outfits, and definitely would have been nice to wear in the cutscenes here. As you get very nice weather-appropriate gear in here. Nice warm coats, wool hats. Proper attire. This makes it actually sound like we're just, you know, makes it seem like we're just stripping the clothing off of the rank and file here. In order to, and claiming it as our own to keep warm. Which I guess, considering what everyone's wearing, we're back wearing their usual gear. That may not be such a surprise. I just put that down, but okay. Nice little touches. If you go over here, you can see the background. Pippin and Lise are over there, and our Zayla pair are over there. I don't know what it says about us that they're handling their crew with just 2 people on each. And we're sitting here with 4. You know?
Allow me.
Part of me wonders if I should move these buttons closer together, just so I can, you know, hit them a lot faster. Because again, I'm a dirty, filthy clicker, so it makes me wonder if I should be like, you know, that, just so I can have all three right there. But then, yeah, I get used to how the button's already set. And it's like, oops. I meant to hit my Eucrasia. Because I'm not used to it being over here now. Unless, you know, I switch it. Like, I don't know. That. The hassles of trying to have like a button layout that works for me and also just kind of visually fits what I'm looking for. So I do like for some reason, I get really hung up on visual layout. See, part of me, like, you know, even this far in, I'm like, what if I put the buttons like this? If I were to do this, would that mean anything to you? So on and so forth. Or maybe something like that, maybe? I don't know. And now here's Luge, and you actually do fight him again. And he's in this weird, you know, enhanced form. That feels weird. Put that back. Now, the thing with him is he would mess with one of your kind of, well, I was going to say main mechanics, but no, just the way fights, like, how things work. In that he would make it where healing harmed and harming healed. So he basically would, you know, sort of zombify everyone. But, you know, a zombie healing hurts you, and only, like, draining attacks heal you. And death spells and the like. Which isn't quite what's happening here. So instead they do this whole situation of him causing effects that you step on one of those two buttons to resolve. It should be noted that these buttons actually override each other, because one of them is obviously turn you into a frog, the other is make you tiny. But you cannot do both of them and become a tiny frog. Which is unfortunate. Cannot become a wee frog. Actually, this little square here, actually, I feel like is working really well for me. Because your main tools are going to be these four. And everything else is kind of later. Not as required. So having them all in this little quadrant feels right. Because yes, you have these other like attack and heal buttons, but you're literally just hitting them for the sake of hitting them. Well, not hitting them for the sake of hitting them. You're actively going and using them as, you know, as a... Well, at least I'm using it in a fashion where it's a very decisive action as part of, you know, getting into your basic rotation. Like that, you can have a nice long kilt. If, you know, that was your thing. I'm still good with my fancy pants. Fortunately, this is not another elevator we have to fight our way up on. It's just a regular elevator. Though we do have fights at the top of it. Anyway, yeah, no, I like this. So your basic rotations as a sage are really going to be just, you know, putting up your dot, spamming doses for damage, and then popping shields on everyone. And then everything else is more deliberate choice action instead of just part of an automatic cycle. I guess is probably the best way to put it. Only difference is potentially being the your AoE stuff, but I have it all right there, so it's still well within range where we want it. So it works. So if you're looking for a good, you know, loadout as a clicker like myself for Sage, I recommend this one. Or I guess alternatively, you could have these in the center and kind of have them radiate out in directions where, you know, healing or DPS would be left, and then the other would be to the right. Guess that'd be another kind of logical way to lay it out, if you were so inclined.
Hold still.
Now, I think the way I could make this smoother is if I could remember what the hotkey was to automatically target person one in your in your party. So I feel like there's a button that lets you do that, and I do not remember it for the life of me. Because that would make, you know, putting the shields up way faster and easier for me if I could remember what that button was. I wouldn't have to be going all the way up here and clicking. I feel like it's like some well, I keep on saying like Alt or Control, but I know Control is how you hit the second lines. Do I have my hotkeys here anywhere? Oh, hey, I never noticed this was a thing. Maybe I should try that at some point. Let's try that back on. Control. Could swear there's like an easy, like, I'm forgetting where my hotkeys buttons are. Seriously, could swore there's like a keybinds. There we go. Targeting. Oh, it's just. I'm dumb. That. It's just F2. So I can just do. It's slightly more awkward, I think, but it's a way to do it, I guess. I was hoping it'd be like something that'd make this a lot simpler for me, but. It's right there. Open the box. Thank you.
Hold still.
You guys not all get hit with that, please? That's definitely gonna take some getting used to. Or a changing of hotkey.
Hold still.
I do have some extra buttons I could probably set, like targeting person 2 and person 3 on my bars. That way I can always quickly target the tanks. We'll see. We'll figure it out. It's kind of odd they refer to it as the icon of icons, considering, you know, icon has always been a derogatory term for, you know, all the summons, the primals. Not if we dodge it. It won't hurt so much if we dodge it. Nope. I'm going over here. You can't get me. Not. I won't have it. One for you. One for you. The healing for everyone. And we get out of there. We're here! I reminded the Emperor from FFXIV.
Hold still.
Watch out, he's breaking out the claws! You're still over there just mashing the triple casts. I know they were not going to get hit by it, but you know.
Allow me.
Oh, right, that's just more of that. Well, I hit that way too early. Oh, we're fine. The damage down was just like, nope, I'm just gonna ignore all that. Hope you don't mind. Don't mind me.
Away with you.
We're fine. I need to use Pine Hama more, honestly. It just feels like it's really powerful. I keep on holding it for an emergency rather than just be like, you know what if I just use it? Especially if there's like a fight that doesn't have a multi-hitting stacking thing. By the way, if you're curious for where to stand for this, any spot that isn't squared off, there's no nail here, so this is it has to complete the square.
Allow me.
If you're wondering how I'm knowing where to stand for that.
Hold still.
About that. But yeah, I think the big thing is for being quick on the shields, just because that's kind of what Sage really needs to do a lot more than Scholar does, of just preventing the damage to begin with, because you get rewarded for doing it in your stacks of Toxicon. Ta-da! And now we can finally be laid to rest. The run back on the victory music. They're also here. Hi, guys. What did I get? Oh, some Imperial Boots of Healing. So, if you have the Augmenteds from Yulmore, it's about here where you start getting gear that's around that same level. Anyway, speaking of, like, you know, warm outfits. Yeah, you just get, like, a very nice warm coat. Wouldn't you love to be wearing this? Also, if you're trying to blend in with the Garleans. Also, it should be noted that all the weapons are very, very buzzsaw related, if that's your thing, from here. I actually wouldn't be surprised if the funnels, the bits, the newlifts from here are just giant flying, tiny flying buzzsaws, which actually sounds kind of awesome. But I could be wrong.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Getting back to the seriousness. A little bit.
Come. The other two await.
Go give Fantaniel such a pinch! The part of me was actually worried, like, hey, you know, wouldn't Tower of Babil drop with Anima dead? But no, it was actually constructed instead of magically formed off of parts of Anima, which is what the other towers were made of.
Ends here.
Stop it now! Stop pushing those buttons!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Stop pushing the buttons!
Enough!
Props for them actually making sure we can't just do that. And props for Estinian for actually trying. Instead of just letting them do stuff. It's like, no, I'm gonna stop you right now.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Is that good? See, the funny thing was when I first saw that,
Magical defense.
I thought that was like part of like it was like a big spell, and that was the final part of the spell, the impact on the moon to break open and reveal Zodiark. But no, that's actually the defensive shield, which is actually really nice looking. All things considered, considering it was made by Heidelin.
But how?
I took the elevator.
shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin, feeble relic of a forgotten age.
I'm trying to unlock this other feeble relic of a forgotten age. Do you mind?
Hark, victory is mine.
Uh-oh. Crystal 1, no! Crystal 2, no! Not 3! Oh, I liked 4! 5! But 1 remains. Now, the fun thing to me is that earlier in this, like I didn't think about it until here,
And I was so close.
Fandaniel was talking about, oh, you know, taking out 1 tower won't make any difference. I'm wondering if taking out the Tower of Zot technically was, you know, limited the ether just enough that there was not enough to break the barrier. So, you know, he was like, oh, this 1 wouldn't matter. And it actually mattered.
My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Really? I'm not even packed and ready for a trip.
Whatever it takes.
I want to eat Zodiac.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
You other bad things that start with M!
There's a funny
Malcontent.
joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it.
I don't know, we've been, you know, keeping that from happening pretty well thus far. Bang, zoom straight to the moon?
We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Once again, he's trying to put stuff in our way to slow us down. What if... No, Scott.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her.
She must be freezing.
The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination.
You know, the first time I saw this, she was like, oh no, don't you do it! But no, she was actually doing one last act of what mess with them.
Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him.
Now that line got me interested. Like, okay, what ally are we talking about here? Who are we going to see?
Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
My mind was a burn, just trying to figure out who would be helping that's up there. What new character would be introduced to us?
Running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
Xenos wants his rematch. Maybe I can distract him by doing that. Hey, come get me!
You're going alone?
I beat him once, I can do it again. Someone, probably a couple people have made little meme videos of...
Our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
That just, show all the hand clenching that happens in Endwalker. It's just an Arthur meme all the way through. It's Arthur memes all the way down.
Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Now, the fun idea is, with all the Final Fantasy IV references, it'd be like, a Lunarian, Fusoya. That there'd be like an actual peoples living on the moon. And now we can fly in Garlemald. This looks like Allegan technology. But yeah, I think that's kind of where my brain kind of went. Since we've already done all these other Final Fantasy IV references, that there'd be, maybe some descendants of the Allegans or something that were still up there. And had become basically the Lunarians. I've seen some people RP as Lunarians. Or identify as them for RP. I didn't actually RP with them.
Long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave.
Maybe I should have kept the code on.
Lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
I wonder what the temperature is like on the moon. This is a very pretty shot. Apparently, the, Yeah. I was expecting Lunarians, not, the Ancients. But I guess in that case, that's just a ghost of an Ancient. Talk about the spirits. But also, a fun little fact, apparently. I don't know how quickly it does it, or if it does it right now. But apparently, the planet will slowly rotate in the background. So you can actually see, people have composited what the entire planet looks like. Including seeing, the size of the new world. And stuff like that. Go away, Sweeper. Sweeper, no sweeping. Sweeper, no sweeping! No. No. Thank you. Hello. It is definitely having some of those Amarat vibes, considering the music keeps playing, even in combat. I will admit, it is a lot different being more appropriately leveled for the areas. Because even here, I think I was starting to very much outpace the level for the area. Because I was doing all the side quests on the same job. So I think I was like around, I want to say almost like 85, potentially. Maybe higher at this point. But yeah, now the whole very heavy Amarat feelings here with the, again, with the Ancients being here, of course, and the whole cool music that continues, cools in temperature-wise and energy-wise, rather than cools and neat, though that is also true, that continues even through combat. And now we're at the crying nose, the sinus lacrimarium. Oh wait, no, we need an appropriate mount for the moon. Hold on. I am so glad they have, just a nice remaster of the Lunar Whale theme. It's very strong. It's also amusing that this thing, for those who are unaware, this is an 8-person mount. You obviously, unfortunately, you cannot see them because everyone's inside of it, is the idea. But you can basically take a full party with you around places very easily, which is great for, like, maps and stuff. But yeah. I was expecting Lunarians. Not an ancient doing, the swords of revealing light. There's actually a surviving ancient on the moon. That kind of like, wow, there's still one alive still. And we thought, led to believe that, all of the unsundered are gone. And here's one just chilling out on the moon the entire time. And I mean, it makes sense, as again, like, I thought there'd be someone, like, it makes sense that there's someone up here keeping these wards and stuff in place. My initial idea, like, the Lunarians potentially keeping things up without knowing what it's for, but knowing it's important, could have also worked, but, that's me just trying to, validate my theories, even though they were still wrong. He's a hologram now. I'm wondering if that's a part of because he is still too weak through the rejoinings. I think the Fallen can be brought back, or is it more a situation of was that never within Zodiac's power? Because that's always been a thought I had that he actually could never do it. Like even if he was whole, does he actually have power to bring back, you know, those sacrificed, the dead, bring them back as they are? Or if they just end up like the one Snake Girl back in Stormblood, where the body was brought back, but it was just basically a mortal shell, no soul in it, just a semblance of what it used to be. Yeah, that's Van Daniel. He's being a jerk. Really is the Swords of Revealing Light holding him in. That's some quick work, considering it just got broken. Like, no, I've already fixed one. It's a rather magnanimous view, but I guess that's fitting of someone called the Watcher. Yes, you're very tall, I know. No, that's my third character. He's the judge. I had the lad, the grump, and the judge. Do the seal eat a lot of the souls of the ancients are kind of just stuck. They're stuck here. And obviously they're not happy about it. Moon's haunted. Quite literally. Haste, you say, huh? Alright. Whee! Whee! Is that haste enough? I'm already here. I am a bit sad that they didn't, like, the gravity and stuff is all the same here, too. Like, you don't have, like, slower, higher jumps and, like, slow falls. But, I guess setting that up for a whole zone and designing it around that might have been a bit much. Alright, considering how much is already in this expansion. There's a lot here. Live and learn. Waiting on the edge of tomorrow. Oh. Look at that dog! What's that dog up to? I will say now, as neat as the moon is, I actually do not like its layout a lot because you can already tell it's split into these big chunks. And the only way between them without flight are little paths like this. So, like, if I was, you know, down here and I needed to get over here, I couldn't just go over here. I'd have to go all the way around, up through here, around here, to get to the second part. So this is definitely one where I would not blame people if they held off on doing the side quests, the primary side, you know, a bulk of the side quests, until they had flying. So another part of flying that becomes difficult is getting to the air currents, which again, kind of difficult when you're having to deal with, you know, this segmented zone. There we go. I was wondering if I was gonna actually... When are you guys actually gonna break through my shield so I can do stuff? Man, dog, this is a lot, huh? As I recall, I don't think there's any currents on these first 2 parts, at least. Like, even here, look like, hey, you should be able to just go up and over. No, you have to go up and around. Bring it around town. It's a bit slow. But we do get to see a cool thing. Long cactar. That pose for us. Thank you, Long Cactar. Oh. Sorry about that. Someone's inviting people to link shells. I'm feeling a bit claustrophobic, guys. If you could back up a little. Oh, pardon us. Sorry. 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 Excuse us. Apologies. It's Heth! Our new old friend. Referring to the Crystal of Azam, which we have with us. Now keep in mind, the thing you have to keep in mind here is, it's Hith, but we didn't meet actual Hith. We met Emmett's recreation. Recreation? Emmett's recreation of Hith, of his old friend, in the land of Emerald. So if you pick that first answer, if we meet again, he goes like, I've never met you. Which kind of, hammers home the point that, you actually haven't actually met. This is the actual spirit of Heth. and not just a recreation of him. I've seen some stuff, man. It was nice getting to actually talk to Hith, though, like the actual Hith. Hithlodays. So if you want to ask about the final days, hey, we have someone right here who witnessed it. I like that. It's like, you know, it's like, hey, you were given, you know, the stone of our best friend. I have no idea what's going on, but my friend believes in you, so I'm going to believe in you. It's very touching. A little bit of uplifting, considering everything that's going wrong right now. Speaking of going wrong, I have no idea who that is, but I don't like him. Hith continuing to be a bro. It's like, hey, I just... I bet you, like, the Watcher's like, I just fixed that! He said the thing! He said the thing! New old friend! Dog! 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 Did you see? Oh, fair. You're upset. Let's slip the dogs of war! Like, even now, like, we're only supposed to be level 83. I have not been doing really any side quests on Sage. It's all been, you know, vistas, map completion, and just the main story quest, and we're already still, like, a level ahead of probably what the quest chain expects us to be at right now. So you're getting a lot of experience. Spread it around. I will always suggest that, rather than you do what I did, where, like, you're threatening of hitting 90 with still, like, 2 levels worth of content to go. Don't you do it! Said don't! You know, for these powerful wards, the fact that it just takes one scythe swing to break them.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
And now for Xenos to take control of it and then run off to prepare for the final battle, right? While we're dealing with the mess that's being caused by all this. Liquid hot magma.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct. Wanting for guidance.
Here I was like, no, they're totally gonna have Xenos pilot this thing.
Powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment.
To grab our attention and make us fight him again.
Such potential. Even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
You know my intents. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes.
Get real mad and then fight me at your best.
Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement.
I mean, you could just ask us to fight you normally. You don't have to go through all this, Xenos.
Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Do we hold him off while the seal gets put back up?
To spoil the moment. But might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
I'm pulling a traitor! So yeah, rather than Xenos consuming it, Fandaniel's gonna steal it. So already my whole idea of what was going to happen starts to go astray. Because here I am thinking that, you know, Xenos is going to pilot Zodiark. We're going to have to pilot Hydaelyn, or, you know, power type that formation. And we're going to have a big face-off at the end of the expansion.
Such lofty aspirations. And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction.
This is the world of Zodiark. A Legion entity.
Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
I too can make a fist.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see.
Who dis?
Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Of course, I know exactly who that is now. And of course, technically at that point, I feel like I probably guessed it as well. I believe my words here. So yeah, remember when I mentioned how I thought, like, the fight with Zodiark, Xenos Zodiark at the very end, like, Xenos losing control over Zodiark, Zodiark taking over, or Xenos being powerful enough to cow Zodiark and pilot it, that it would be the end of the expansion?
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos, but a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
Anyway, my exact words to this were like, well, I guess we're doing this now, then! Because, again, like, hey, you know, there have been memes like, man, where it's like, man, this has been such a good MSQ, and someone else telling him it's only, you know, level 83. And that's kind of thing. It's like, this is a match I was expecting to have at the end of the expansion, not 3 levels in. We're a third of the way through the expansion. And we're fighting the thing that I thought we'd be fighting at the end. You even have the operatics of the Endwalker song. But da 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 higher, no higher, ba da 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 da. Unfortunately, unlike Emily, I don't have the lyrics like ingrained in me yet, so I can't just sing the lyrics along with the music. Which is probably for the best. I don't think I have that good of a singing voice. Oh good, we brought a frog!
All creation shall bend to my will.
So yeah, I was freaking out a little when we hit this. I hit this the first time. Oh, just Rock is running right in? Okay. The funny thing is, I've done this fight so much, I have it met because I did this when it started. I know the pattern pretty well. Oh. Oh, that's why. It's because they're fighting for aggro. That's really obnoxious as a sage. Let me back this up the camera a bit more.
Will you live to see the end?
Yeah, go ahead. Try to punch through all my shields. All of them! See, that's what I feel like Panheim was totally designed for. It's the Ankh-born Breaker.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
I will say one thing about Zodiac. He got that good jawline.
At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned. All in existence.
Get over here! You fool!
My life's work. My masterpiece. this day.
Good, they all dodged it. That's what we want. So many people got knocked off by that. Where were we spinning? Here. Here's good, here's good, here's good.
All in existence, bend to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated.
Alright. Here's a mechanic a lot of people had issues with.
Tears of flame. All shall burn.
I can't pull you over here. That's the first. Now to the sides. Now to the middle.
Will you live to see the end?
I don't think so! I refuse to go down!
All in existence, bend to my will. Will you live to see the end? I have no need for strength.
Don't mind me, I'm just keeping everyone alive! And that person's feeding their cat, I guess. That's what they said they were doing. Snacks! Over here safe.
All in existence, bend to my will.
Snake rotation is the one that actually took me the longest to figure out. Like, my brain couldn't bend it around for a little bit. I'm embarrassed to say.
Live to see the end.
Try and get through this! I dare you! There's something in his setting to be said about just denying the damage entirely.
Will you live to see the end?
Stacks! Which way? Over here safe. No! You have to be willing to just throw in out everything when you need to. That's how you play Sage. You have all these buttons. Use them!
Will you live to see the end?
Snacks again! Front is safe. And notice, I'm not even using any of my panic heal buttons, like my Pepsis or my Zoe.
Will you live to see the end?
It's seriously like doing stuff like this that makes me feel like, yes, this Sage is the healer I want to play. This is my sort of healer. Oh, can't do that. Not with,
Will you live to see the end?
get over here. Yeah, oh, hiya. Hopefully not. There's 7 more levels to go. 7 levels worth of content. There we go. Now see, even here I could be like, okay, now that we've beaten it up, now Xenos is going to have the power of Fandaniel and Zodiark together. And then we're going to continue the still have that big Elder Primal versus Elder Primal final battle. That can still work, right? It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good. I mean, he's right there. Ready to take it. And run off and prepare to file battle. You may not want to be here. You'll get sealed in too.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course, he was no match.
Finally letting it sink into your head there, Fandaniel.
Once again, you left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
You may have thought you won, but I have actually won!
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place.
So that plan was there, and he's just literally circumvented it.
Better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself. My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire.
I win! Ha ha!
Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final day.
So, another part of my whole theory was that after the fight between Hydaelyn and Zodiark, the final days would come back. Like, literally it would happen because neither of them are around to keep the noise in check. Whatever the sound was that was causing everything to go south. But I, for some reason, thought that would be what would happen in the next expansion.
Quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence.
In the Sundered?
Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Hydaelyn and her faithful.
Or does he mean something else?
Cataclysm prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I the star, and every living being consigned to your oblivion.
So yeah, my whole thought was, even though the whole idea of that this is supposed to be the end of the whole situation with the Ancients, with Hydaelyn and Zodiark, for some reason I thought that the following expansion, or maybe, you know, the afters of the MSQ, would be dealing with that noise and showing how the Sundered races have managed to overcome even what the Ancients couldn't, show the, you know, their own strength and might, and the proof that they, you know, there's nothing wrong with them being, you know, they're not lesser for being quote unquote sundered beings. But it kind of just makes sense, you know, just in retrospect, it makes absolute sense that it would be covered in the same expansion. Why would they, you know, leave doing that until the next expansion? The fun thing there was, for a second, I thought, was that Hydaelyn? Like, something in Hydaelyn snapped? Like, that's not a good sign, that voice. Or, like, is that the source of the noise? I think was the whole idea. I was like, that's the source of the noise. It's something deep in the planet that we just released with the death of Zodiark. The source of the voice is no longer contained, no longer trapped within the barrier set by Zodiark, within the planet that Hydaelyn was also maintaining in Zodiark's absence. Like, in retrospect, like, it makes, like, as I mentioned before, it makes absolute sense, because I was, like, splitting them into two different things, when it makes complete sense that you would deal with the fall of Zodiark and Hydaelyn and the returning of the final days all in the same expansion. Of course, in this case, it didn't happen. I didn't expect it to happen this soon. Hydaelyn's still around. We didn't get to, you know, consume Hydaelyn's energy and have to fight Zodiark-empowered Xenos. Fandaniel went and, you know, interjected on that. Is that a height joke? We're kind of busy. Can we do something? You know, can we deal with you later, Xenos? Now is not the time. Seriously, not now. Xenos, no. It is not the time right now.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Yes, I'm kind of distracted right now. Thank you.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me.
Now he's sulking. He wanted to have Zodiark's power and get his big rematch with us. Fandaniel stole it, and now, you know, the end of days are coming in, and my schedule's booked. We can't have our match. We're busy. Sorry, Xenos. Got bigger things to deal with right now.
I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
To look at me and want to fight me.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Because that's what you think will get the most out of me when I fight you, huh? Is that your mindset, Xenos?
We shall see.
Now, the lad brought up the hope. Like, it's not about despair. Like, really, you are misunderstanding what we are fighting for. We don't fight out of anger and rage and despair. We fight out of hope for our future. You're misinterpreting what we fight for, Xenos. You want a good scrap? Just ask. The Warrior of Light sometimes has a very Goku-ish. He will fight you. He'll do a good spar. Just ask him. He's right here. Because, hey, when next Saturday, if you're not, having to deal with primals, you want to have a good spar or something? That's all you got to do. You don't have to do all these convoluted, plans and, plots and nonsense to try to get us into the proper fighting spirit for what you want. And then he was gone. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're actually about on curve for level. Oh, our friends made it. You guys are a little late. Could have used your help fighting Zodiark. It's okay. I did my whole Asm thing and summoned friends out of the ether. And like actual friends, not Xenos. Ah, my friend. Sorry, I'm just enjoying the Lunar Whale music. It's real good. Hey, everybody! Oh, it's just 3 of you. Hi. Almost everybody. Half of everybody. Body. So we actually did end up having some sort of suicide bombers in the end, just not the kind we were expecting. I guess so. I was expecting a Lunarian. And there you go. We point out that this actually isn't even one of the ancients. It's just a simulacrum made by Hydaelyn to watch over the moon. Yeah. By the way, Zodiac He's kind of God now. And I saw a nightmare future. You might be in trubs. And the delicate weave of my theories for the expansion have also begun to unravel. Or at least realigning. Some reweaving. Daibi, that's fair. You're literally trying to hold back the eldest primal by yourself. Maybe we'll get some information from the final days here. What we can expect. What they learned. Going up. Again. I thank it. I thank it. Bye, Arianje. Bye, Arianje. Things are fine. 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 Calm down over here. Things are no longer fine. Things are no longer fine. Yeah, there you go. Things are no longer fine. The Loporits. Man. Now, the funny thing is, I kind of guessed the Loporits would be in here. Just because of the Final Fantasy IV references. I'm like, oh, if we're going to have like a beast tribe, we have to have the Loporits. Of course, I know them as a completely different way. As a completely different name. But I totally kind of guessed, oh, they are totally going to be the beast tribe. Equivalent beast tribe, or just straight beast tribe, because we're back on the source, you know. But yeah, whatever they refer to as the beast tribe group for this expansion. Elidibus coming out and just hanging out on the moon. And the reason why, like, okay, yeah, they all knew about these wards. Why don't they just break them and let them go? The concern was they wanted Zodiac at full strength so he'd be able to hold anything off if the good guys came in and tried to, punch Zodiac if they broke him out unsundered. While still sundered, sorry, rather than unsundered. Rejoined completely. But yeah, the idea here is now, okay, she's used up all that energy holding, keeping Zodiac back. Does that mean that all that energy can now go somewhere else now? And that, no, we can get more communication with her now, because now she doesn't have to keep, be putting all that energy towards keeping Zodiac back. Yeah, no, the planet's not allowed to have moons. Both moons of the planet are artificial. Which actually kind of also fits with Final Fantasy IV, specifically the after years, where it's implied that the existing moon is also fake. The existing moon is fake. Your lunch orders are ready. Please come pick them up. Who ordered the combination fried rice? And who had the wonton soup? I'm assuming you are having the General Tso's chicken.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary.
So are you still going to be stuck here for a while just looking at all the records? Would not be the first time. Should have down the Uniter.
We could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Hey, South America. See, now, like, this little tidbit meant a lot to me now. Because, like, we've always known referred to as our star. We've referred to as Hydaelyn after the Primal. After, the deity / Primal. Now we get an actual name for the planet. Atheris. Which is neat. There you go. Yep, the thing that's sealed within the center of the planet.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They go to the center of the earth. Find Unicron there. They were able to weather predict the end of days. Ponder this orb and its giant thumbtacks. The live stream. Oh, tectonic plates. Ley lines. Live stream. So the aether that astrologians use.
I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Space magic. Happening at etheric dead zones. Not like what was happening on the first. Stagnation of aether.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived.
And that's why he's darkness element, because he's about, you know, if it's, everything is stagnating, you need change. You need the power of darkness, as Shadowbringers kind of put forward.
No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
I do like a lot of this has context and ideas that have been set forth in earlier parts of the story, and it clicks, it makes sense. I am done pondering the orb.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
There's an interesting distinction to make. She lied to us. Which makes you wonder how powerful he would have been at his prime, considering Hydaelyn apparently even, had the power to create a moon. we are very, very familiar with that, because that was the whole crux of Linibus's plan. That was kind of a theme that I always felt was there regarding Shadowbringers, where, you know, the whole idea was having faith in the future, being willing to do things to better the future instead of dwelling on the past and how things used to be, and you know, thinking the old days were better, and that, you know, nothing ever, you know, as good could ever come again from, you know, in the future.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
He's right about Reen. Papa Thancred's worried. The moon is hungry. This is our giant moon laser to attack the planet to kill the final days. Yeah, like maybe it's just the illusion of all this other stuff moving, but it looks like the planet is spinning very slowly. But I might not actually be doing that.
Yes, but what is it?
That's Atheris. We were just talking about that. Oh. You mean the other thing. Fandaniel's not the only one who has plans upon plans upon plans. Much like the moon in Final Fantasy IV. We must go to there and meet the Lunarians. The puppy? The crushing brand. And now it's a matter of, hey, do you remember how, that big winding path you had to take to, get where you were? What if... Nah, hope you remember that because you get to do it all over again. Hey, you know that obnoxious walk we had you go on? What if you do it again? Just on your own this time, rather than following a dog. I don't know why I do my whole, like, monotone voice type thing to do the the ancients' words. No, I know exactly why I'm doing it. I know exactly why I'm doing it, because I'm trying to replicate that tinny, echoey way that they have talking, and my way of deciding to do that is just being very, very monotone. Bela. And the annoying thing is, even if I were to, somehow get the 6 fates done here and rank up to get I would still not be able to buy the scroll, the map that lets me move faster yet. The Chlorophosgrot. He has gone into this hole. With their weird moon creatures. Feed the fungus. The moon isn't made out of cheese, it's made out of mushrooms. Dog's here. Oh, he knows the multiform technique. We're just really good with animals, I guess. They're just good. It's a good dog. Argus is a good dog. Multi-dog technique. Okay, Sabro, yes, the multi-dog technique. I'm going to do a quick detour just for the moment. I don't think there's an aether current over here, but I can go over here and just get this part of the map cleared. Give me this. This is mine. Thank you. Conspiracy dog. It's time to wake the Lunarians. Just like in Final Fantasy IV. I mean, he was made with a lot of ether. I don't think I don't see that crash over there. Which kind of held my idea that the, Allagan may have been up here and they became the Lunarians. That's a very big door. Return to Dog Prime. Borf! Burrow is an interesting word to use. But yes, they were saying that the Watcher's been keeping in contact with the Loporrits. But where are they? Did something happen?
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Ramen's ready. Oh, there we go. Here they are. In Final Fantasy IV, they're known as the Hummingways. In Final Fantasy XIV, they're the Loporrits. I had an odd feeling that the Hummingways could be the Beast Tribe for 14 for this expansion. And I was so happy when they showed the picture of them in, like, when all the live letters and stuff. Hey, wake up! Wake up. Thank you. It's the commander, Loperate.
Look lively, everyone. I know. This 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more.
Hey guys, things may be going to overtime. Just don't worry about it.
As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose. To bear the people of Aetheris to safety.
We gonna do it!
Our time has come, my friends. We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
'Cause we're rabbits, you see. It may be a bit of personal spoilers, but I love the Loperates a lot.
'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
It also helps lighten the tone a lot, considering everything that's happening. Like, hey, we just got through Garlemald, where, you know, all that death and depression and cold and loss of hope and whatnot. Well, here's some hope. Here's some potential way out. All manned by cute little rabbit people.
Perhaps.
Meanwhile, Thancred is a complete loss for words. Now, the most notable of the Hummingways was called Naming Way, and in the original Final Fantasy IV, you could use it to rename the your characters. And we're getting some nice, more Final Fantasy IV music. But as much as I love the Loperates, this is a very, very big area. So I will be making heavy use of the motorcycle because I do not want to use anything slower. But yeah, no, since naming way, every Loperate is an Ingway. Here's Camping Way. There over there's Fighting Way. And Dancing Way. Also, that's the sound the Hummingways would make in 4. I am so glad they kept that little, just goofy little jingle. By the way, if you were wanting to get your movement speed increase, you'd have to wait till here. And, you know, do your 6 fates. It could be, yeah, it could have some answers mixed into it, too. But it also has a very, I'm pretty sure this is a very Final Fantasy IV, one of the Final Fantasy IV songs as well. Yes! Hummingway! Ah, they're making some Perrier. For those who remember Spaceballs. Well, again, like, it could be a mix of the two. 'Cause don't forget, even in the Nier dungeons, they had the one boss fight that was a mix of the... That had, you know, the Final Fantasy themes mixed with the Nier themes. And my job is to sleep. Okay, actually, no. Let me pull one up. Actually, dang it. I do like that they keep things quiet for the areas you've not been to yet. Let's see here. Now that post is a little outdated. Shoot. Is this it? This might not be it, but... No, I don't think this is it. Yeah, that might be mixing them up. Yeah, no, like this song, that song is totally from 4. I'm just trying to think of which one it is. It's not Kingdom of Baron. Is it Mysidia? Just the Mysidia music? No, that's definitely not it. No, that's definitely not it. Like the basic, like, I think it's like the basic village theme for 4, but I'm not sure what the actual song name is. Oh, is it Welcome to Our Town? There it is. Yeah, no, like, I recognized the song immediately. Yeah, no, sorry for the detour there, but I kind of had to get that just... Like, wait, I'm almost positive this is a 14 song. A Final Fantasy IV song. This is all heavily Final Fantasy IV related. People wrong on the internet? How dare? No. But no, I could have totally thought that maybe it could have had some answers weaved into it as part of the remix, because you know, there's a lot of leitmotifs in this where they like to reuse music and mix music into each other a lot. So I would not have been remiss if, like, maybe there is a bit of answers in here that I just did not parse because I was too busy thinking, oh man, this is the town theme from 4. I gotta do the hum. It's out of character, but I gotta hum. This needs to... I really hope that gets to be an emote at some point. I want to be able to do that hum. Just at will. I would not be surprised if I am right in my belief that they are going to be a Beast Tribe faction where you actually are doing, like, daily quests with them. That at some point, because you tend to get, like, hey, here's an emote specific for this faction. We need you to do it at these characters. So you may have to hum at other Loporrits as part of the daily quests. Oh, yeah, no, like, yeah, no, like, they can't not be. I even think in the reveal they got identified as a Beast Tribe. We just didn't realize that they're going to be such a, you know, crucial part of the plot as well. Who are you calling a child? Yeah, no, there's a faction there that I could also see being a thing. But I would not be surprised if it's actually just the Montanga and the Loporrits. Maybe the as unseen factions in later areas being for, if they're going for, like 3. Because that's how we had in Shadowbringers. We had the, you have your combat Beast Tribe, you had your crafting Beast Tribe, and you had your gathering Beast Tribe. And I could totally see the Montanga being a crafting Beast Tribe, just because, you know, we're talking about Thavnair. The Montanga, the Elfin people. I believe it's actually spelled Montanga, like that. The ones in Thavnair have a proper name of, like, the Arcanosians or something like that. I am already blanking and forgetting. But the term for the elfin people in general is the Montanga. Away they go! Whee! Well, I mean, the idea is, that's the whole point of what Shadowbringers kind of I did, was the idea of, the term Beast Tribe is a derogatory term, because you're identifying them as beasts, that you're lesser than the races of man. They are different, they are lesser. And the way they kind of try to circumvent that in Shadowbringers is, hey, here are all these quote-unquote beast tribes living alongside everyone else without problems. They're not different. They're not considered separate. And even one of the quote-unquote beast tribes is basically their race of man on the source. Which is, the dwarves. And, the idea there was, hey, this, it's a derogatory term. We're just using it as a turn of phrase to be a faction that you are doing reputation with. Just this phrase. It's just we're referring to them as beast tribes, but that's a colloquial term, and it's not what they actually are. Yeah, but no, it's funny to me because a lot of people who apparently, I don't know if they're doing it jokingly or they just don't like Lalafell, which I would not be surprised. There are a lot of people who just don't like Lalafell, where they use that as reference, like, oh yeah, no, Lalafell aren't actually human. They're beasts. They're lesser than all the other races. Like, you're missing the point entirely. And I think that's kind of reaffirming that here, too, with the Matanga. Where, they are basically people. They're not lesser. They're basically people. We're just, it's just the term for the factions is quote-unquote beast tribe.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw.
I am very important.
Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Also, if we do have Loporit beast tribes, I hope there's a hat that you can get where you can get their turban with the bunny ears included.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it.
I mean, this entire outfit would be fun to have.
The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration.
I think Wiggy's just so sassy.
Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
That's not quite right.
Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
What if I add pictures? Children love pictures, right?
Here we have Atheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected.
Yeah, we knew it was going to happen.
Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun.
How could you do that?
The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems.
One really big rocket on the dark side of the moon.
We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Heidelin. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings.
Maybe she found out something about what's inside the planet.
And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye.
Transformers?
Where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement.
That burst part is kind of odd to me just because that's not how movement works in space. But I'm assuming that he means that they have to jump from, like, gravity well to gravity well and slingshot their way around. Because, like, once you start moving in space, you will keep going until something stops you.
No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Charlian. Like, literally right here, I was just like, Charlian. Charlian's been in communication with the moon rabbits.
Help? From who?
Charlian. I just said, Thancred. Please pay attention.
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise. I can assure you that we are all grown men and women.
I can understand the confusion for the Lullaphil.
And I very much
Shut up, Thancred.
elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Well, you see, we had a crazy Sunderdacian, and it's a long story.
Heidelin herself led you here.
Oh, yeah, that part, yes. Where you took a moon teleporter.
You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
No. No, we're not.
Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
I really love the voice actor for Living Way. She really, they really lean into the personality and give Living Way a lot of color and pizzazz.
That tome in thy possession.
Can I read it?
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages.
And provided by Garlean, who keeps, who's focused on missing on very obvious things very frequently, such as, that's why such things as Archon Loaf is a thing.
I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Panic! Yeah, wrong. I would not be surprised.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
The people are very tiny. Please fix it.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Oh no, they are trying to solve it. They're just like, wait a second, okay, we have built everything based off of, assuming these people are normal size, like, for what's normal to them, for the Almaratines, the Ancients. And so, plan A is, hey, we have to, scale everything down. Okay, so, that got missed in this book. What else got missed? Let's find out other things so we can be ready, because we're going to be holding you people while we're moving from planet to planet. We want to be, their whole goal is to make this, they really want to take good care of us. They really want to help the people of the planet and make sure that this sucks. We're having to move to a whole other. Yeah, no, it's just they're wanting to do the best that they can, and having outdated information is very against that, and they're worried about that. They just want to make sure that they have everything as good as it can be, that everything will be comfortable, that, they want to help. It's like, okay, do they still eat the same food? Which is also, all things considered, they're getting food ideas from Garlean. Do you want to trust Garlean with food ideas? Like, we as players kind of have made that connection that this is yes, please, we do not want to have nothing but Archon Loaf for the entirety of our journey. And there's the Nihilist Nothing Way. And my favorite one, Crushing Way. Also, and when I've been watching other streamers play through this, I have to. I keep saying when they come here, they need to come here and get into a fight. And so, just to hold up to my own my own demands to other streamers, up on the surface, there is no battle music. Down here, in big Final Fantasy IV reference, Such a good touch. Ba da 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 da. Ba da. I love that they added the Final Fantasy IV battle music. Hello, Cooking Way! I'm still concerned about that, Cooking Way. Essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet. We're having Archon Loaf, aren't we? Oh no, they've been raised on only Archon Loaf. It's all they know! Ah! But no, it's the Curatorium. Rather than Archon Loaf. They're Archon Carrots. The ominous crimson red carrot. Give me the power carrot! How dare. I require the power carrot! On my first run, I took the yellow one. Oh, personal favorite? Okay. Power carrot. Iron carrot. But yeah, each one you eat actually gives a different response. The yellow one makes you feel like super lucky and like full of good luck and energy. The blue one makes you feel like you know everything. It's the knowledge carrot. At least it sounds like they have a variety of carrots. But there's a big question. What if I don't like carrots? I mean, I like carrots, but like that's a question. No, variety, please. It's no Archon Loaf, at least. But, all they had was this thing they called Archon Loaf. Figures like, hey, here's knowledge. We're not gonna tell you anything about it. Just have it. This is for you. Sounds very Charlian. We have made the perfect food. The carrot. It's good for you, da. Sandwich. You know that warbly sound thing that you hear all the time? The wah wee wah wee wah wah wah. I like the whole reasoning behind why they are something way. It's a good thing. It's like, hey, you know, in order to better kind of give an idea of what we do to these people when we come and, you know, service their way out, we'll just say, no, hey, we are, you know, I'm cooking way. I'm involved with cooking. Over there's crushing way. They're involved in crushing. Building way, of course, we're building. Yeah, there you go. Just like an idea of, hey, just kind of, you know what we do. But some of them do have some kind of ones that you wouldn't really rightly guess. Like living way. What does living way do? Off of the idea of living. But the idea here is making sure that everyone survives. Everyone lives. Living way. Their job is to make sure everyone survives. Something other than carrots. But yeah, like this is the whole idea of what they're going through here is they've been following like the ideas and plans and trying to do it the most efficiently, most optimally based off the information they have. And so finding out A, these people are too small. B, they want something other than just carrots. And now we get to find out like, hey, you know, do you still like this type? No, what about clothing? We have information on clothing. Okay. Time for fashion. The end game in Final Fantasy XIV. Obviously, you're going to be good with that, right? That's going to make things a lot easier if they can just do creation magic. Yes, we totally change our attire just because of our professions. That's why my outfit changes every time I switch out my job crystals. Well, you know, Gogon is very particular about his outfits. You can tell he's a very fashionable short. So hopefully they got, you know, they'll have some good modern fashions from Garlean. I mean, there was a side quest in Garlean about figuring out a really nice new outlook for the forum, I believe, at some point. So they do know a little bit about fashion. Yes. Fashionable and refined. Excuse me, this is not particularly fashionable. Nothing of fashion, huh? You must continue wearing these garments, whether you like it or not. I also appreciate that they, for these things where you can't go outside a certain range, they do highlight on the map, hey, this is as far as you're allowed to go. If you leave this area, then, you know, you fail the quest or whatever. Hello. Can you give me something actually fashionable? A little more flair, please. Some actual style. It's not different at all, is it, Steve? The leopard print helps. Oh yes, fashion, just using a different fabric. You must continue wearing these garments. Now, I chose completely different options on my first run through, and I've actually checked with some others. Your outfits basically end up looking exactly the same regardless, so yeah. As the first Loperate says, they have no idea what fashion is. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it is. No, I'm pretty sure this is the exact same outfit my main guy had, even though giving two completely different answers. This is kind of a clash between wanting to be really helpful, but also being very self-confident and sassy. There you go, yeah. Or showed up in, like, you know, Final Fantasy 1 outfits. I do appreciate that they put Urianger in neon green. Did you notice any differences between them, Yustola? Urianger seems to be digging it. Just get me out of this thing. But again, you have to keep like, it's interesting that you can kind of understand wanting to wear roughly the same thing, and even the outfits match kind of like what you see the Amartine wearing. The robes with masks. Yeah. Everyone wore the same thing in their time. They're trying to help, but they have outdated informations. Like, they're good outfits, and people are going to want clothes, but people... This is Final Fantasy XIV. Fashion is the end game. You can't just have us all in the same looking robe and mask. I mean, just look at what between the four of us, how different our clothing is. Working off of what information they've had and what they've been able to take in this space of time. They're a little heartbroken. Look at that. They're trying so hard. They're running short on time because the final days are here. And they're just like everything they thought they were ready. They got everything in place, and everything is falling apart for them. So yes, they still have a lot of stuff done. This is still kind of a bit of a blow for them when they're trying to help. So I can kind of understand their concern here and why they're seemingly getting more and more dejected here. And there you go. There's another problem that has not been brought up. Like, what about the life on the other shards? Thancred would not be happy about Rean being left behind, just to die with the star. He does not like that answer. Yeah, I think I mentioned this before. I'm just using a reshade. I'm using reshade. I'm using a for gameplay reshader that just brightens everything up. And it makes Thavnair look fabulous, I gotta say. Really makes the colors pop. I forget the full name of it, but I believe it, I do remember, the person who made these, versions gave him, various food type names, like Biscuit and Cupcake. Because it's just basically, nice, simple, brighter colors. And they just gave it a foodstuff name. I think it's Nananka Biscuit, I think it's, or something like that. You're the only one who... Talk to Yanje, have some questions, maybe get more information out of him. Yeah, I think just so I don't forget, I'm pretty sure I grabbed the moon, yeah, the burrow, yeah, I did get it as a teleportation point. About those houses, buddy. I think they're not quite ready yet either. Well, they were ready, potentially. Actually, I think there's a, yeah, there's a aether current up here. Beep barb. I believe it's up there, I think. Yeah, there it is. There it is! Yeah. Yeah, we went through all of, the Thavnar half of the start last stream. So if you go and look through the VODs, you can actually see how much the colors pop for Thavnar with some brightened colors. But for now, we're gonna go check out some houses. I know housing is also very important in Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone is all about wanting them nice houses. Everyone's fighting for housing. What is moon housing gonna look like, Growing Way? Well, no, Lalafell have a whole naming convention thing. There's a whole rhyming thing, and never mind.
Ready in the teleporter.
Oakley dokley. By the way, is it a problem that they're still working on the housing?
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
Farewell! Now we're end up here. We're over here now.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
And just like always, it's impossible to get housing.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting.
They kind of did, though. We said, hey, can we get food that's not carrots? And also, hey, people have different fashions. You'll maybe have to tailor the clothing to match the individual. We are telling you what we need. We want variety.
If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Can you be our hype man, Urianger?
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work.
I mean, Gogon just looks like I call him the Grump for a reason. That's just his natural expression.
Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
I mean, you could also have said that to us. Like, hey, okay, we can fix this stuff, but we don't have the time for that right now. It's like, leave us a note and we'll make the changes later. Like, even your show's like, okay, we maybe having to eat carrots for a while, but it's better than nothing.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
And meanwhile, Arianja's like having the feeling of, oh, well, looks like I'm having to, be the realist, even at the expense of, whether it may cause problems for his friends.
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were eavesdropping.
But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Some people have some mixed feelings for, at least in the initial parts with the Loporrits. They kind of seem like a very oppressive, very kind of not getting it. But I think that's kind of the idea here, is that they're trying their best with, not getting all that information. And maybe I kind of empathize a little bit as a software developer. You get your requirements from, the people, and you spend hours and hours making this software, like, oh no, we don't like this, we don't like that, we don't want this, we don't want that, no, they'll mention things like that they act like that we should have known that it was supposed to be there to begin with, even though it was never in the requirements. So it's like, literally, these guys are like, hey, this moon software is due next week. And we got, the testing team came back and just has a laundry list of bugs. And they're freaking out. Or maybe I'm projecting a bit too much. That's a bit of a dark thought, that we would try to save ourselves at all. And again, like, I was not kidding that they basically are wanting Urianger to be their hype man. They want people they have this thought that, you know, that people are not going to, actually, I'm curious. Can I land on this? Yes. Cool. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm like, oh, hey, can I land on this? Platforming! You know, they don't believe that, you know, the people of the planet will be willing to uproot themselves and leave, even if everything is crashing around them until it's too late. Which I guess is not a incorrect mindset. I'm sure with some people. And so it's like, okay, well, you know, we have our testing team here, and only one of them is actually, you know, appreciative of it and understands what we're going for. So we want you to be our hype man. Because, like, you know, let them know that everything's okay. You want to come here. Come up to the moon. The moon is awesome. Please come to the moon. The food is awesome. The fashion is amazing. The houses are cool and spacious. We've got an awesome forest. It's even got a fountain. You guys totally want to be jumping on this right away. Limited time offer. Act now. Man, that's a big carrot. Oh wait, before I forget, yeah, I think there's one that's actually on one of these ledges, so I want to drop down. Because I can't go up to it. I believe it's right over here. There it is. There it is! Oh, I totally could have just went up here. Oop. Slightly off. To the southeast. While we're wandering around, I'm pretty sure one of these has a vista point, I think. We're saying, hold on. There we go. Sorry. I really like their humming. I can't help it. It's really good. There we go. More to the south? How far to the south is this other one? Be right with you, Growing Way. I need to grab this. Okay. Oh, you brought me some nice water. I'll bring the whale! Okay, that's enough of that. Hello. There's the forest, if you will. It kind of fits the idea of, like, how are they seeing this? They're working with ideas in abstract with no instruction, with very bad instructions. Which I blame Garlean for a lot. Like, even if we brought up flora and fauna, this area is not set up to take it in. But no, if they did, I could totally see them, like, considering they can do creation magic, I'm pretty sure they could bring it, like, turn this into something that would actually look very nice. They're just working on abstract information. Couldn't, like, someone from, like, Garlean send them a picture book? Like, this is what a tree looks like. Do you have, like, aren't they drawing diagrams of the flora and fauna, like sketchings? Concept art? Okay, maybe they had some actual pictures of trees. And are like, well, I don't know if we can make those exact things. I do appreciate the water orb. But yeah, it also kind of it's fun to see that mismatch that they got between, like, it got pointed out with Cooking Way. Here's some person who's, you know, whose title, their name / title is there to imply, hey, they're here to cook the food for you, but they have no idea how to cook the food. Here's some Growing Way about a forest, growing life, growing things, and everything in here is crystals and artificial constructs. Like, they get the idea of what they need to do, but they're missing the mark. But they're trying. Hold on, before we go to that one, we gotta go to this one. That crystal. Can I eat it? I want to eat the crystal. I want to eat the candy rock. He's also explaining that they couldn't grow things here just because of the confinement for Zodiark. Weekends Aether. The Alligans. Causing problems. I had noticed those, yes. Is the sunlight good for actually growing stuff? Like, if we brought plants here, would that actually work? Like, could we grow plants here? He's so proud of his work, too. There you go. It's like, hey, why don't you just go to the planet and see what's like down there? Can't. Not allowed. Okay, so the Charlians have a way to get here. Though I guess part of me just feels like I'm really defending them again, both because maybe I understand or projecting onto them, but also I'm really excited that they got put into the game to begin with. I'm very happy with them. They're kind of adorable. I love their animations, love the sounds that they make. I just like them a lot, and so maybe I'm just more willing to defend them because I like them as characters and the concept. So I kind of like. I'm willing to turn a blind eye at a lot of things. An emergency meeting, you say? Yeah, they put a lot of work into this thing, Crid. And here we are saying, can we get something other than carrots, please? Again, that's why they want Arianje as the hype man. I mean, this technically isn't like a major problem. It's and like the only ones that are making it a major problem is the Loporrits themselves. Like the big problem right now is, hey, the end of days are coming. The planet's going to die. Concern is, can we get these people off a dying planet and onto the moon? And what do we do about people like on the other shards? The Loporrits are just worried because they spent, thousands of years preparing for this and doing all this and thinking they got everything ready and good to go. But, here comes the test. Again, I keep using it as the test group. The test group comes by and goes, everything's terrible. And these are facilities that people would have to potentially be staying in for thousands, for hundreds to thousands of years. We don't know how long it's going to take to go to these stars that they've figured out. Also, I think maybe it's kind of nice. I don't know. Maybe it's by design that these are particularly lower stakes right now. Like it's like, hey, you got people. What about better food? What about nicer fashion? This isn't a forest. Like some lighter things, because we just got hit with a bunch of heavy stuff. We just came out of Garlemald. Zodiac is dead, and the final days are approaching. So I could also see an argument to be made that this is kind of in place to kind of bring the mood, lighten the mood a little bit, which I think the Loperates are very good at doing because they're completely adorable. But maybe I'm just, that's me pushing my personal opinions and reading too deep into it. Or taking guesses at the narrative flow of the story, because you have, you have all the serious stuff, but you also have, Estinian being revealed to being, being completely terrible with money. Or him getting chased around by the alchemists in the Great Work, because he's covered in dragon blood. Trying to intersperse all these heavy topics with points of brevity. Or levity, not brevity. Just to keep it from being, crushing, sorrow 24/7 through the entirety of the expansion. After, oh god, we killed the thing keeping the noise in check. Everything's going to die. It's nice to kind of dial it back to, man, I wish you could just, can I just have a nice hat? Can you give me a nice hat? I don't want to wear a mask. And it's still relatively relevant to the story, so it's not like it's just something lol random out of nowhere. And actually, that's kind of a thing I like in a lot of media, like a lot of the anime and stuff like that I watch. I enjoy a good series that can shift back and forth between, very serious and, important topics and situations. And just moments of brevity. I keep saying brevity. Moments of levity and silliness. Something more lighthearted. I keep wanting to say the word levity, and I keep saying brevity instead. So it could be that just it being funny that this is such a problem is kind of the point right now. Anyway, we're having our. If you've not done the side quest, this is your second of tailing missions. If you have been doing the side quests, there have been 2 others, including one of the most annoying ones thus far in Garlemald. I did not like that one. Fortunately, doing it a second time, remembering the path the kid takes helps a lot. No one is here. Nobody's home, Urianje. Keep going. Thankfully, both of the ones here in the main story quest are relatively short. There you go. Done.
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Well, it's not like we were following you or anything.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
I mean, we kind of made our presence known thanks to Growing Way.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again.
I've been typecast, Gogonji. I do not appreciate it.
Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy.
And also, another streamer was playing through this part and kind of brought up the point that at one point we made Urianger promise to stop doing this shady stuff. So being asked to do it again has got to be like, oh geez, I'm being asked to. I literally just promised the Warrior of Light that I'm not going to do this anymore. What are you doing to me, tiny rabbit people?
Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward.
Hey, Arwen. We're on the moon!
Did I make to seek out alternatives? Ones that would not demand such terrible costs.
We have Urianger kind of lamenting his hand in a lot of the plots in the previous expansions. The whole situation with the,
That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind. As does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
He's mentioned the Warriors of Darkness and Minfilia kind of sacrificing herself to save the first. The whole Graha being willing to take all the ether out of the Warrior of Light when he was dealing with the Lightbringers. And Light Wardens, sorry, and willing to like send himself away into the rift and die in the process to save the Warrior of Light. And now we're talking about
Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians.
And yeah. That was in Heaven's Word. And the Warrior of Darkness showed up in Stormbreaker. Like, so yeah, in like almost all the expansions out of ARR, he's been dealing with this sort of stuff. And it's, we finally, last expansion, told him, like, hey, stop keeping secrets from us. We're friends. Don't do this sort of stuff anymore. Finally kind of putting him to task regarding it. And here he is being asked to do it again.
In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation.
I doth not think I will make a good hype man for the moon.
The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Yeah, they're just trying to simply solve the equation. I was like playing off the idea of the deadly algebra.
I am not alone in my discomfort, then.
I think everyone has to.
Surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution.
Like, I think that's just being human, Ariane. You always wonder about if you made the right choice. I self-identify as a horrible warrior. Like, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, the wrong thing. Did I say the right thing? Did I say the wrong thing? And actually, it's kind of put me worried about actually becoming, doing streaming. I've just been, like, worried, maybe I'd say, something bad and get someone upset at me and just, I want this whole thing to be kind of fun and entertaining. I'm worried, worry if I do that sometimes. Can I be doing more? Can I be doing better?
Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
It's a bit of a side tangent to the whole thing, but
Thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts.
I did make just rambling part of my brand, so it's not uncommon for me to just want to go off on just a wild foray of thought and word vomit, I guess. Just let stuff bumble out of my mouth.
As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Having a good friend you can divulge into probably helps a lot, though. Warrior of Light's a good dude. Or dudette, depending on the gender of your Warrior of Light.
What are they saying? Curse these ears. I've heard bugger all.
They're huge. How'd you not hear anything?
No matter. We've got our plans.
If you're trying to be sinister, it's really hard when you look like that, Living Way. Just saying. Also, I have another idea, but, you know... Yeah, he's basically, I had another idea that we can try to do here and make things better, but rather than tell us, he wanted to kind of just do it himself, so if it doesn't work, if it screws up, there's no blame on us, it's on just him. He's taking a lot of burden on himself. Is there a current up here? Oh, yep, there it is. Ooh, shiny green star. I'm gonna take that. Bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum ba bum bum. Ba-do bum bum bum. Ba-do bum. Beep bum. Ba-do bum. Hi, Ariane. Oh, yes. More moon fungus. Are you gonna make them a porksy? Flying pig for the bunny people? Where's that designated location? Oh, it's right over here. No. What, you don't... No, people think the moon is made of cheese. In actuality, it's made out of mushrooms. Why are there plants on the moon? See if I can get a shield break so I can do the final laser. Oh, there we go. Lasers! I love the Sage. You get to use funnels. You get to be a Gundam. You done with the mushrooms yet there, Ariane J? Yeah, no, the Sage class is very much a big Gundam reference. Even the, when you first pick up the class, your trainer, his name is Lala. Which people from who know of OG Gundam may recognize that name. But you have these things, they call them Nolas, but they're funnels. They're funnels / bits. They fly around and shoot lasers. And it's a defense healer, so they put up shields and stuff like that. It's really fun. Oh, hi! We totally weren't trying to eavesdrop on you. I don't like the way you're phrasing all this, Loving Way. Yes, it's too heavy. Let's get the slender astrologian to help carry stuff. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. I do like that you can just immediately call them out, like, wait a second. So I'm paying attention to how things are going. But yeah, no, so... Oh, yeah. So you have these... They're funnels. They're literally funnels. And you cast your magic through them. VeggieTale Mafia boss, huh? That's an interesting way to describe the outfit. I will admit I'm not the best at fashion, but I kind of like my look for the grump here. Oh, that's what he looks like with the hat off. So, it might just be the hat. I thought, if he's doing, if I'm going the whole Gundam angle with the healer, it might help to have, something more high-tech looking. So I went with a PvP hat that has like a tech visor and a microphone to give orders. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I think it's a neat hat. But the general idea is I wanted to have a character that looks really, really grumpy. Just because, just so he has, the resting grump face. Well, considering I like the GM Sniper too, that's awesome. It's one of my favorite suits, so... Yes, please, give my GM Sniper 2 some funnels. Though I can definitely see the Buster Gundam. The visor is definitely, It would probably be a lot more Sniper 2 if it had, a dot at the center for the whole sniping scope. I mean, the Goof is a very good suit. It's piloted by a very cool dude. He lets us know that it is no Zaku, boy. No Zaku. This isn't suspicious at all. Running way. Is this like the Sabatenda Rapido, where we have to aggro an enemy near it to get him to join in? So you use these balls. Orbs. Can you work on your phrasing, please, Growing Way? Just throw your balls at him. We're playing Pokemon now. Where are you at? Gotcha. He's the only one that's actually running. Lob orbs at him. Seriously, can you watch your phrasing, please? Yeah, these are the Loperates. They're also known as they're literally a direct reference to the Hummingways from Final Fantasy IV, which is why they're all named something way. We're being sent on a wild goose chase of some sort. Uh-oh. Has he been trained with crushing way? I mean, that's fair. I really like the Final Fantasy games, but I know everyone has their own preferences. And Final Fantasy XIV is one of those games where I think, you can enjoy it without playing the other Final Fantasies. But there are so many references and nods and like little loving nudges towards the other games that just knowing it adds that much more flavor to the experience. Like as mentioned, those are Hummingways. They're from Final Fantasy IV. The music in the town here, in the area here, is the town theme from Final Fantasy IV. And if you get into a fight here, you get the Final Fantasy IV battle music. And the funny thing is, they don't just throw in the references randomly a lot. Like, they could have just had the Hummingways and that be it. But they actually kind of try to weave these things in. Like, they're actually plot relevant. There's not references for references' sake. They've actually worked them in where these guys are relevant to the plot. For a quick crash course for those who, maybe joining in or just haven't been keeping up. Basically, there are two great forces. There's Hydaelyn, the goddess of light, and Zodiark, the god of darkness. There was an issue. They had a fight. Zodiark got sealed away into the moon, and the world got split into 14 shards. A bunch of stuff happened. Zodiark was released and was just killed. But the thing was, he was created to help forestall a greater catastrophe known as the Final Days. And now that he's gone, the Final Days are happening again. And so we're trying to figure out what to do to deal with that. And one of the solutions the Goddess of Light had was she created the moon, to seal the Zodiark, but she also made it so it's a ship that the Loperates here can pilot to get us away from a dying planet. And so we're trying to find out more and all about that, and we're being given the runaround right now. They're trying to buy for time because I keep making this comparison of they've been spending 12,000 years preparing the moon to both work as an escape ship and also to personalize it and make it look nice and make it livable and nice for the people. And we got some people from the actual planet coming up and we're like, we don't want to eat just carrots. This fashion is not great. This isn't a forest. And so, they're running into problems with they're running into a lot of design flaws, and they're a bit worried about that and how that could hinder getting the other people of the planet to come up here when everything the planet is going to die. They want to make sure that the moon is appealing to them, to everyone. That they'll want to come here, that they'll want to live here and be fine with leaving everything they know behind and coming up to the moon to survive. But I'm supposed to keep you here. I mean, I'm not supposed to say that. We do like archives. Oh, nice. Enhanced healing magic. What's all that about? Oh, nice. Yeah, now we just do more healing in general. Everywhere. Yes, saying that out loud isn't suspicious at us all. It's suspicious at all, Growing Way. Ugh. We're delving into like the final hour of the stream, so I'm starting to flag and thinking about dinner. So I'm stumbling over my words more than usual. I mean, like, it just feels like we're not buying this. They are totally up to something. They're very obvious about it because they're very bad at it. They're very bad at keeping secrets. Yeah, like, speaking of another reference. This motorcycle. It's a very famous one from the Final Fantasy series. It is the Fenrir from Final Fantasy VII. This is Cloud Strife's bike. Cloud Strife being the main protagonist of Final Fantasy VII. And the music that is playing is literally the bike chase that plays all of once in Final Fantasy VII. But it's one of my favorite songs, so I love this bike. And then Final Fantasy XV came out, and they did a crossover event where you could get the car from Final Fantasy XV. Hey, losers. I'm gonna go get McDonald's. You want anything? No? Alright. The nice thing about Endwalker itself is it's also very referential to everything else that's happened in the past. We have seen a lot of familiar faces, a lot of plot threads and ideas from the past have come up again. So, okay, no. This place is too big. I'm done with all this running around. And here's the crux of their problem. They want everything to be perfect paradise, and it isn't at all, and they're kind of panicking about it. Yeah, The only person that's bringing back the test results are the ones who didn't find any problems. We can fix the problems later. Right now, we have the end of the world coming. We need a hype man. Yeah, like, they're panicking, they're overreacting, and here's just still like, hey, we're not saying this is a bad thing. We're not against this whole idea. We're just, But, yeah, the other thing is the planet is still their home. They don't want to just give up and bail on it. So that's why we're pushing so hard to find out information about the final days when it happened the first time. We want to try to stop it. Having the escape route is nice, but we want to kind of that be the backup plan. So we don't want to hinder the backup plan, but, we still want to stick with our main plan of actually stopping things to begin with. Uh-oh! Combat rabbits! Even then, they're trying to not hurt us. Alright, it's time to laser some moon rabbits. Set phasers to stun. Carrot and Ruin. Fire and Moonstone. It's Fire and Brimstone. Oh wow, these guys are not suited up for fighting at all. Wow, you guys dropped real fast. You guys are not set up for fighting. Which I guess is fair. They're not. They're not combatants. They're caretakers. They're not built to handle this. They can't face a new type. Yeah, other fun mounts I can jump on. Yeah. Oh, right. These mounts are a straight... These are actually in-game used by the Empire, the former antagonist force in the earlier expansions. But these are literally a recreation of the Magitech suits used by the Empire in Final Fantasy VI. It can also fire lasers. It's time to go. Look at that dog! Look at that good dog.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here.
I was lying!
The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
I love the Lockwood animations. They're very good.
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self. A declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose.
Now, the moment, like, it took me a bit to realize Thancred's reaction to that was because he gave Reen her name. So the meaning, like, what and the whole meaning behind her name, like, that's what he's talking about here. These names imply, like, hopes or future. Like, even people, when they name their kids, they're usually names that they want to know. If you go and follow back what the names, like, originally stood for, they're usually things like good luck, good health. They wishing the best of, you know, of their children. There's a power in names. And I kind of love, like, it's part of that kind of, like, meaning of words thing that I can dig into sometimes. I enjoy. It's just, like, the meaning behind names can be very interesting. And this is kind of touching on that, which I like.
There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing. We Loperids were born of Hydalen's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well.
I kept saying it this entire time. They just want to help. They're bumbling and they're fumbling and they're, you know, they're messing it up, but it's coming from a good place.
That goes for all of us. Don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, Thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Here he is. It's our boy Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance.
Riandra is trying so hard.
Perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
He got thrown a curveball. Because all of them they're supposed to be gerunds. There's the things that they do: mapping, singing, living, sleeping, helping. You know, they're supposed to be verbs. Pudding. They got a word that they think it's a gerund, so it's just pudding way. Lots of people love just the curveball of pudding way, and I can't blame them.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And living way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it.
That's what he made the mushrooms into.
The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
We just had a heartfelt, touching moment
There you have it.
on the meaning of
I
life
shall remain with the Loperites to ensure that all is in order.
and humanity's and humanity with a bunch of tiny moon rabbits.
Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
He has so much trust in us. I kind of love it. It's our emotion flower. Heidelin, the goddess of light, gave that to us. It's a mood flower. The flowers had many names, but now we're getting what it was called in Heidelin's time. Elpis.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Charlean?
Agreed. The Garlean Forum, yes?
It was kind of obvious.
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement.
It's nice though that even like the, you know, your fellow, you know, teammates and allies are like, we're also able to connect. That's good. Oh, it's the Forum. It's Charlean. Of course it is.
Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
But yeah, like, I do not blame you if you feel a bit lost about all what's going on if you're coming in around here, because Endwalker itself is... It has been identified as the ending of a 10-year-long story through the MMO of Final Fantasy XIV. So it's touching on a lot of stuff that has, you know, been covered over four other expansions. You have A Realm Reborn, you have Heavensward, you have Stormblood, you have Shadowbreakers, and now it's all coming to a head here with Endwalker. But everything will be alright. We have Puddingway. And the fun thing is, actually, going back to the whole Gundam and comparisons with Gundam and Sage, there are other Gundam references in 14, which are actually references to another game that also referenced Final Fantasy, that also referenced Gundams. The Empire have weapons, or had weapons. I've beaten them at this point in this story. Called weapons. You had your emerald weapon, ruby weapon, crystal weapon, diamond weapon. And these are all references to enemies, like super bosses in Final Fantasy VII. But each of those weapons are based off of a type of mobile suit. Like, what are they called? Armand's probably going to be really mad at me for not remembering these names, but the long-arm aquatic suit, the ruby weapon looks just like those. I think the diamond weapon is based off the Quebly. And in the weapon side story, back in Shadowbringers, you fight all of them. And in a couple of them, you have the G Warrior. You get to pilot your own suit. And it is very much Gundam-like. It's really good. I will, of course, have to come back here and clean up all these side quests so I have flight and whatnot. But that'll be for another time. It's time to head back to Theris, to our home. Your return to form is complete. Welcome back to Eorzea. A little side message just popped up in the text down here that I'm blocking. After our romp to the moon, we're back into the war-torn ruins of Garlemald. You were just in there. If I could look high up, I actually think it's daytime, so I can't see the moon, but I'd say we've also been up there. Yeah, we kind of chased after a couple bad guys to the moon and dealt with them. While that was happening, there was a lot of stuff going on down here. It's good. Alphino and Alice did what they set out to do, was to try to help save as many people as possible. At least the towers are dealt with. Oh man, Lucia, we have words for you. You see, we killed the God of Darkness and found out the moon's being populated by a bunch of rabbits, and the moon's actually a rocket ship to take us away from the Earth, from the planet, if it's about to die. Yeah, by the way, the God of Darkness was keeping the end times at bay, so with him gone, the end times is coming. You need a crack squad of protagonists to help deal with Armageddon. Oh, yep. Xenos is probably lurking around here somewhere. He's in a bad mood. He wanted to fight us, and we said, no, we're busy. Well, he'll come find me, I'm sure. As I've said time and time again, he has a fight boner for us. I mean, that's completely fair. He did kind of help bring about all the nonsense that we're dealing with right now. Because he wanted to incite us into a fury that would get him the best fight ever. Yeah, so yeah, he's even got his title has been stripped from Crown Prince to Outcast. We want nothing to do with that fight maniac. Girl, you must be freezing in that. Just saying. We outie. Yeah, we got some more quests over here to clear out too. Okay. I'll have to do that in my downtime. But for now, let's see if we can find a good stopping point, and then we can go find someone to raid. We are making for some pretty solid progress. So we're about, you know... Man, Bard, you're very loud, Bard. Do you mind? It's also clashing with the actual music. Please. Loud. Thank you. Anyway, I think this is probably a good... Probably after this cutscene will probably be a good stopping point. And then, yeah, we'll find someone to raid. So... And of course, we'll be continuing playing through 14 because this is a whole marathon idea of till the end Walker. So next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be probably more of this until we get to the end of the main story quest. I know that's a bit upsetting for a couple of people that voted for me sticking this to just Fridays, but I do kind of want to keep the momentum going and get it done. And then we can jump right back into Bravely Default 2 and Super Robot Wars. Oh, no, we left Urianger on the moon. He's hanging out with the moon rabbits. I just said. Seems pretty self-explanatory to me. Oh yeah, that part too. Yeah, Gra has a vested interest in also keeping the first, one of the other shards safe because he helped found one of the cities there and kept it safe. He has just as much stake as Thancred does, if not more so. Rather than one person who's over there, it's an entire town of people. Yeah, and my theory that they would have to deal with this problem coming up again, part of that was literally that, yeah, they would not be able to replicate the idea of solving the problem with Zodiark. That's an option they can't do, and as mentioned here, they won't do because that's a lot of death. And they start going into what I thought would be in its own, follow-up expansion or follow-up patches rather than part of the main story quest of find out the cause of the final days and solve it. Surpassing their predecessors, the Ancients, the Amartines. There is only one way to find out. What's the forum up to? We'll find out next time. Unless it actually cuts us over to there. I could see it doing that. Oh, they're doing it anyway, so I can't even do cutaway there. Now we get to see what happens. Never mind, no cliffhanger. My bad. I thought it actually had us come up here. But again, with all these things, all these people up here, I guess I should have remembered that it literally just cuts you straight here. That music is not very inspiring. Hi, Dad. We've been to the moon.
Order, order, I say. I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Garlean, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
They have a spell on them where they're not allowed to talk about it until 9/10 of them say that they are willing to.
To the voiceless, let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Yeah, they have an enchantment on them that keeps them from even talking about it, so they actually have to dispel the enchantment. It's been actually like blocked. Their very memories have been censored by this enchantment.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well.
"270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea.
That's what resulted in the anti-tower.
This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret.
We found Narnia.
What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home,
I knew they were going to draw that comparison. I was making that comparison all the way back in Labyrinthos.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
24 hours.
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Garlean has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Business as usual, people. We know the plant's dying, but we're working on it.
Remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Pieces are starting to click in place. Why their father has been so harsh on them to the point of threatening to remove, no longer consider them part of the family if they interfere with what he's trying to do.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
I figured
whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
I figured he'd be more surprised, like, wait a second, how do you already have someone on the moon? How? He's just very blank face about that. He's like, he's doing this, like, wait a second. How do you have someone on the moon already? What did you guys do?
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Garlean,
It just amuses
we
me.
have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence.
For those unaware, that's their grandfather's catchphrase, more or less, and they're throwing it at their father. they're quoting Dad's dad.
This is why we choose to fight.
Le soir.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
I'ma do it and you can't stop me.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
That's progress. He was just decrying them before. Like, you guys are just causing problems.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
And dinner. I'm definitely going to grab dinner after this.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
But yeah, there we go. There's a little bit more, I believe, before we actually move on to where we head to next. But we'll leave that for next time. As mentioned, we'll be continuing playing this until we... We'll finish this up then, and next Friday we'll be continuing with more of Endwalker till we reach the end of Walker. And then we'll go back to our usually scheduled stream stuff. And even once it's done, I do have other plans for what will go into the Freeform Friday slot. I have something I may goof around with, so don't feel, if 14 isn't your thing, just hopefully maybe I can still make it somehow enjoyable for you. And if not, in a couple weeks, I should hopefully be done with this, considering I'm doing about a zone a session. So if I keep at that pace, that's what, another weekend, maybe a weekend and a half before we're done, and we'll be back to Bravely Default 2 and back to Super Robot Wars, so. But for now, as mentioned, I'm gonna go find me some dinner, and before that, let's find ourselves some of the raid. And actually, before we do that, let me see here. There you go. Yeah, here. This is literally what I was talking about. I mentioned how each of the weapons are kind of designed based off of a certain mobile suit. Let me pop this away for a second. Here you go. So we have the Emerald weapon, which looks like the new Zeal. You can really see that in the comparisons here. The Ruby weapon is very much a High Gog. And there you go, the Diamond weapon is a Quebly. I just did a quick Google search of, again, they're like, yeah, these are the three weapons from Final Fantasy VII, and they very much were based off of various mobile suits from Gundam, which is fun. And the whole side story in 14 has a lot of heavy Gundam elements to it, which is really nice and very enjoyable. I just pulled up the first thing. I was glad I was able to pull something up real quick. I just kind of wanted to point that out. But for now, let's see who we got to raid. Let's see here. Well, Ty is playing some Monster Rancher, which just came out on the Switch. They re-released it on the Switch, and that's always a fun stuff. So I think we'll probably go over there. Anyway, thank you everyone who came by for hanging out, whether it's, here in chat live and interacting with me like Armand and Sombrero, or if you come and watch later via the VODs. Hopefully you've had a good time. As mentioned, we'll be continuing next Friday with more of this. And, well, let's throw you guys a tie, show him some love, and I will see you guys the next time I see you. And until then, you take care of yourselves, alright?